Okay, take two. This meeting of June 14th, 2023 is called to order at 2:32 PM. I will ask the board stenographer to take roll call, if that is still necessary.
I think it's good, yeah. So trustee Aguilar? Trustee Davis? Trustee Garrett?
Present.
Trustee Hinton? Trustee Nicolau? Vice President Richards?
Here.
President Beggs?
Here.
Quorum is established. Just for the record, there is no student trustee identified at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we need to participate in 2.3? I don't think we do, since we have nobody here who's online. Are there any statements of conflict, 2.4 at this time? No? Okay. We're up to 2.5. Are there any public comments at this time?
I do see some folks in Zoom, but I do not see a raised hand at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we are going to adjourn to closed session, which has several items on it.
Madam President,
Yes.
before we do that, I wanted to change the order of some closed session agenda items.
Do we need to do that now, or can we do that in closed session?
We've done it in closed session.
Okay.
In the past, that's what I thought. Okay. All right, so these are in no particular order, but 3.1 is pursuant to discipline dismissal release complaint. 3.2 is appointment employment contract renewal. 3.3 is conference with labor negotiator. 3.4 is public employee appointment. 3.5 is performance evaluation, and 3.6 is labor negotiators CSEA. 3.7 is labor negotiators YFA, and 3.8 is legal counsel conference. So at some point, we will be back here. It may be tomorrow, but we will be back. We're adjourned to closed session. Welcome, everyone. The June 14th Board of Trustees regular meeting is now open or reconvened. I'm going to ask Jenny Nicolau to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I would like the board stenographer to conduct roll call to establish quorum, please.
Trustee Aguilar,
Here.
Trustee Davis,
Present.
Trustee Garrett, Trustee Hinton,
Here.
Trustee Nicolau,
Present.
Vice President Richards,
Here.
Board President Beggs.
Here.
For the record, student trustee, there is, the position is vacant at this time. Quorum is established.
Thank you. There is no report out from closed session. So we will move to 4.5, approval of the minutes of the May 10th, 2023 Board of Trustees meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We had stereo. Who was that?
I'm gonna take it.
Okay.
Just give me one moment. So we have Vice President Richards and Trustee Nicolau. Trustee Aguilar? Or, I was going to say, did you want to take it roll call? Everyone is present.
Not necessary.
All in favor, say
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? All right, motion carries. Are there any, 4.6, are there any changes in order of business? No? Are there any public comments? Any comments on topics not included on the agenda can be given now. I don't see any on screen, but I don't know if that's everybody who's here. Okay, so I'm sorry.
It appears there are none.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go on to 5.1, the Board Finance Committee report. Committee Chair Darren.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance Committee met on June 5th, and the typical items were discussed, an update on our full-time equivalent students enrollment. I'm happy to report that we still see incremental increases in our enrollment, which is a good thing. I want to commend everyone behind the scenes for their hard work, their due diligence, because, you know, as we keep increasing those numbers, it's going to benefit the district down the road. But there's a lot of hard work from a lot of folks behind the scenes that are making that happen. And we all want to thank them very much for their hard work. We got an update on our district finances, which are still looking very good. We're below on percentages. We're below where we should be, which is what we like to see. And so that tells us that everybody's doing their work to all pitch in and keep us where we need to be and not exceed the authorized budgeted amount. But both colleges are doing good work in that regard, as well as the district. We got an update on our student debt, and I know there's a lot of work on that behind the scenes as far as working with students on the waiver process and differentiating between those students that are actively involved in achieving their educational goals, whether it be a degree, certificate, transfer, whatever that may be. We're dedicating working with those students, even if they do have some debt, to make sure that if you're actively involved, we're going to work with you to achieve your educational goals. So that was kind of the gist of the discussion in that regard. Then we looked at the other piece was our 2023-2024 tentative budget, which is on the agenda tonight. The recommendation is that from the Finance Committee is that we approve the tentative budget so we can start the year legally. And then when the regular budget comes back for approval in September, that's when you'll get sort of a deeper dive on where we're at and what's been authorized by the state as far as apportionment. And when we get to that, if Trevor Stewart, just for some informational purposes, if maybe you could just get into a little bit on what the GAN limit is. I mean, you know what it is, I know what it is, but not everybody knows what that is. So if you could maybe take a few minutes to go over that, would be great. But that's all I have. Any comments from my fellow Finance Committee members? Any questions from the greater audience out there? All right, thank you.
All right, next up is 5.2. Committee Chair Nancy Hinton will give the Board Policy Committee report.
Thank you. We do not meet during the summer because there's the district PNP is not in session. So our next meeting won't be until October the 9th. And we'll be meeting starting at 3 p.m. in our regular room. So thank you. Hope you guys can make it. It is a new time.
Thank you. We are up to 6.1 association reports. The first is the Associated Students of Columbia College, ASCC president. We do not have, correct, or do we?
That is Alex Jukes, but I don't believe he is on the Zoom,
Okay.
not present.
If he comes later, let me know. And for ASMJC, I think we have Ruth Gamboa. Is that correct? Yeah.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Young. I hope you're all having a wonderful summer this far. My name is Ruth B. Perez Gamboa. I have been at MJC since the fall semester of 2022 as a business administration major. I aspire to transfer to UC San Jose. I have been with ASMJC for 1 year and counting, having served as a senator, then as a secretary, being a part of College Council, Foundations Board, COVID-19 Block Grant Task Force, and Presidential Search Committee. Over the past year, I have had the pleasure of working alongside Interim President Dr. Chad Redwing, VP Dr. Sarah Schrader, and VP Andrea Wilson, among others. Currently, I am serving as the ASMJC Vice President. As we do not currently have a president in office, I will be assuming the roles of that position. ASMJC is currently going through summer training, which aims to prepare our student leaders with the tools and knowledge to give quality representation to better serve our students. Our goal this summer is to onboard new members into the organization to create a strong, unified team and represent the student body. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Next up is CSEA President Amy Lovett.
Good evening, President Beggs, fellow trustees, and Chancellor Young. May 18th was our first in-person classified professionals retreat in Oakdale. Over 175 classified professionals attended from both campuses. Chancellor Young, President Tran, as well as Interim President Chad Redwing also attended. Thank you for joining us and speaking to our members as we kicked off CSU. Classified noticed that the trustees did not make a showing the following week and the numerous events on campus that Chancellor's office hosted to express the district's appreciation for classified professionals. There was a variety of workshops and are hoping to showcase a highlight reel soon. It was refreshing to be able to come together after so many years of being kept separate from each other and to be able to learn with and from each other. We had our very own Lakeisha McDonald give a presentation on reconnecting to your why. Jen and Kyla Hatler led a guided painting. Our keynote speaker, Michael Mason, who, if you haven't heard, may be the most overqualified school bus driver in America. He spoke on what it means to work and how every position, both high and low, is key to an organization's success. Everyone can make a big difference as we step outside our boxes to embrace diversity, equity within our YCSD community and the students that we serve. CSE leadership has received feedback about our keynote speaker, and we are hoping the district will bring Michael Mason back so everyone can hear the message. CSA leadership would like to thank the retreat committee who put in countless unpaid hours into the development and the execution of the retreat. It was a huge success, and many classified have already said that they are excited for the retreat in 2 years. Classified professionals have been busy with summer semester in full swing. Classified are busy assisting students with enrolling, financial aid, preparing technology and IT services for fall. Others are working hard to close out the fiscal year and finish facilities, projects, and various types before fall semester rolls around. Campus safety, as always, is hard at work keeping our campus safe. Classified professionals don't stop or slow down just because it's summer. If anything, many of us are even busier. CSA leadership and negotiations team is concerned with what feels like a stall in the great progress that we have been making this session until last month. CSA will be working with the third appointed district lead negotiator. We are hoping that we can jumpstart the progress we are making before we lost momentum between our teams. Even though we will no longer reach an agreement in a timely fashion, the CSA negotiations team is excited to move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of CSA Chapter 420.
Thank you. Next up, we have the faculty liaison to the board, Ellen McKissick.
Good evening, and I'll keep my remarks very brief tonight. I just want to mention a couple of things going by. One will be brought up by Modesto Junior College Academic Senate President. She plans to mention, but I certainly want to mention Resolution S23F, which has passed for second reading last month, affirmation and support of, pardon me, I was one number off, I'll start again. Resolution SP23G, improving campus accessibility for students with mobility impairments. I know a number of our trustees have taken a special interest in this issue and made a special effort. Can sometimes be seen walking through the district and discussing related issues with a variety of people. I know Jim Salmon, very well known to all of you, has taken a special interest in this. And he's also very pleased, I talked to him today, about the passage of this resolution and what will be, I'm sure, the board's ongoing efforts toward equity in this area. And I just wanted to mention, going by also, notable by his absence is Chad Redwing tonight. I again want to say that his position as interim president of Modesto Junior College, as soon as the appointment was made, it had a very good effect on lowering concerns and increasing confidence and calmness, and that his actual performance in the position did not disappoint at all. So I commend the board again for that great decision. That concludes my remarks, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have MJC Academic Senate President Aisha Salah. Oh, never mind.
Good evening, Chancellor Young and trustees. My name is Giselle Flores, and it is truly an honor to have the opportunity to address you this evening in my first report as the incoming Academic Senate President. Before I tell you a little bit about myself, I want to first acknowledge the incredible work of my colleague and friend, Aisha Salah. Aisha wanted to deliver her final report to you in person, but unfortunately her back is out, so she's joining us online this evening and has asked me to send her regrets and share that she has enjoyed the opportunity to work with you all over the last couple of years. Fortunately, now I have the opportunity to express the Senate's appreciation for her leadership during her term as Senate President. During multiple times of difficult transition, Aisha led with humble strength to bring forward the faculty voice in this room and across the institution, all in an effort to honor and advance our role in student success and equity. Hold, please. Thank you, Aisha. The Academic Senate is grateful for your leadership, and I personally am so relieved that you will be taking on the role of Vice President. I look forward to collaborating with you for another 2 years. As I transition into this role, I want to briefly introduce myself to all of you. I'm a proud alum of MJC and now teach in the same child development department I graduated from. As a first-generation college student who was also a parenting teen, it was challenging learning how to navigate the college system. Fortunately, I had incredible faculty mentors like Debbie Lafranchini, Dr. Cheryl Williams-Jackson, Pangera Schmidt, and Linda Steffen to support me during my time at MJC. I would not have made it to where I am today without them. I know the influence that a faculty member can have on a student's college experience, and it is a privilege to have been elected into this position to represent my faculty colleagues over the next 2 years. Now for the fun stuff. The faculty and the Senate are so dedicated to the work needed to get done that we were able to hold a summer Senate meeting last month. It was a busy meeting during which we passed 2 Senate resolutions for a second read, S23F, wait for it, affirmation and support of the Umoja program's role in academic student success through equitable and culturally responsive andragogy. I would tell you an acronym for that, but it's just as long. And SP23G, improving campus accessibility for students with mobility impairments. In addition, we also approved the college's strategic plan and educational master plan for a final read, which, upon approval by this body next month, allows us to include the revised documents into our accreditation report. So yay. Finally, I would like to thank the faculty for all the time that was dedicated to the hiring of over 20 new faculty colleagues. Many of us spend more time with our faculty colleagues than with our own partners and families, so we do not take this process lightly. We appreciate the support of our amazing classified professionals and administration for helping make these hiring committees run smoothly as well. I also am so excited that I'll be working with Ruth because she's awesome. This concludes my report. Until next time, thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Okay, next up we have Columbia College Academic Senate President Marcus, and I'm sorry, I forgot how to pronounce the last name. Isn't it? Okay.
I don't see him on Zoom.
Okay. Again, if he enters the room later, let me know. Okay, and I don't believe we have a report from LTAC President Jillian Daly, so that puts us at YFA President Brian Green.
Good evening, trustees, President Beggs, and Chancellor Young. As you know, our last scheduled negotiation session is next week, and there is a lot of ground for the 2 teams to cover. Perhaps the biggest challenge is finding a way forward on health benefits. Although since there appears to be agreement for at least the next year, I'm confident there's also a longer-term solution to be found. The YFA team is putting a lot of effort into ensuring this next session is productive and successful, and I look forward to seeing the results. In addition to working on health benefits, YFA will also bring forward proposals that are especially important to part-time faculty, including a concrete plan to make progress on our long-standing parity goals, as well as health benefits options for part-time faculty that leverage targeted funding allocated by the state. It will no doubt take time to reach agreement on these important items, but they deserve to be a high priority, and I'm optimistic about implementing them in the near future. Finally, YFA has heard from some members regarding the compensation packages for district leadership. My response has been clear. It's in everyone's, faculty, staff, students, the district itself, everyone's best interest to attract and retain good leaders. We all benefit when our leadership is successful. At the same time, I also stress that the principle holds for other employees. Everyone benefits when we're able to offer competitive compensation packages that attract and retain great faculty and staff. Indeed, this is the singular reason the state entrusts us with our budget allocations, to hire the best employees we can to give our students the best chance for success. It is towards that end that YFA is working diligently to identify fiscally prudent ways to ensure our compensation packages can compete with our peer institutions. We owe our employees and our students nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we are up to 6.2, presentations from the Chancellor.
Thank you. First item, I'd like to call on Dr. Tran to present a report about Columbia College.
Good evening, President Begg, Chancellor, Board Trustee, colleague, community members. Hope you're doing, starting off the summer great. Columbia has been busy as always. Indeed, we really worked really hard for the summer. And as of today, we have the highest enrollment of ever at Columbia for summer. And the reason why for that is we recognize that when we work with the high school, we have to schedule the classes that parallel when the high school students are out. So therefore, we have tier scheduling of classes. And right now, the high school just got out. And not only that, but we're also offering courses that a high school student would want, which is generally, general ed classes. And that's the reason why I think it helped us a lot. And in addition to that, we also do very active advertisements. So in the newspaper, we really want to emphasize the summer is workplace balance. So that really resonates with someone who said, you know what, I'll do a little work, I'll play a little bit, and then I'll take a 1A or I'll take a math to prepare me. And that has been very helpful working with our high school. So currently for Columbia, we understand out of the COVID, you cannot simply just offer all in class or online. So I think our formula has been working really well, which is about 30 to 40% online. GE classes, folks that could get done, but the truly in classes are follow-up classes, CTE classes where students need that interaction to get their assignment done. And then we have hybrid where the idea is student would learn about the theory online through their Zoom, and then they come into the classroom and they do the practicum and they do the project-based. Having said all that, it's great, but the challenges that we find with our feeders high school, because that's where our enrollment will be for 24-25, is that we're hearing a lot of high school folks say, you know what, Lena, a lot of our students don't know the whole system of community colleges. What is it? Like, how does it work? What does it look like? What does dual enrollment? So we were at a conference with Trustee Davis, along with as a facilitator. We met with our partner and we really are going to go into the high school. So we're looking at when there's a freshman seminar, we're gonna offer a half a unit in guidance so that we get the student involved. In addition to that, we're also looking at senior seminar for those we can catch. But I think the most motivational thing is that we have to capture the students, say you are a student of Columbia College. So when they take that half a unit, guess what? You're gonna get an ID that say you are a Columbia College, right? So I think that's a great motivational. Right now, in preparing for the fall to really kick off, our college is working with the high school to get all the senior who graduated. And we're going to send a package, if you can envision a 4-year package that say, welcome to Columbia College. You are here with us. And we'll list all the program and the counselor and follow-up. So I think for us, we're looking at Columbia as that unique, interaction, one-on-one personalization. But that's our plan. So I look forward to giving you an update in July. How does that welcome package would look? But we're doing the marketing right now. So the other thing that we're really looking for is, as you can see, housing, and it's captured because Sonora, Tuolumne County, everybody is fighting for housing. And I had the opportunity to present on what Columbia is fighting for in terms of housing. And right now, it caught the ears and the arms and everybody at the campaign for college opportunity. So I was able to met a woman, and she is the executive vice president. I love the fact she's from Central Valley. So she know Modesto, she know Columbia College, and she actually worked with Newsom with his team on policy relate to community college. She really liked our program on forestry, the 2.5 million for fire and forest. So according to Jesse, the governor did not cut the budget when it comes to fire, forestry, climate. So she thinks that's a great opportunity for us to continue to pipe the line for our student with on-campus housing. So I'm excited to share that me and my team will go meet with Jesse in Sacramento to really advocate for Columbia and also for the district in terms of fighting for our housing. And that, I think that three-piece of everything. So that's what we've been working on, and we're just keep plugging along. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tran. Dr. Chad Redwing, the interim president at MJC, is attending a conference in Boston. At this very moment, as we are meeting, he's making a presentation. So there will be no oral report from MJC, but trustees do have his report in your packet. Next, I want to acknowledge that the summer has been going well, and I want to thank the faculty who have committed to teaching during the summer, either the full-timers or the part-timers, for this opportunity of offering classes in between the spring and the fall. But more importantly, I want to focus my appreciation to classified folks. I know that our custodial and cleanup crews work very, very hard to prepare the classroom, the buildings, and the facilities, as well as our grounds crew for the summer startup. I have heard comments from the community saying, oh, it's so clean, we don't find trash lying around. Well, that's because our custodial crew works very, very hard to keep the campus spotless. So my thanks to the classified staff for helping with the successful summer startup. Preparation for fall. I know summer is still early on, but I know the various departments at both colleges are already preparing for fall. I just want to express my appreciation for starting the preparation and planning for a robust fall startup. Thank you. The MJC presidential search. First, let me thank the committee comprising of faculty, classified staff, administrators, and community members for having completed the search. It was a time-consuming process with a lot of materials to read and to consider in determining the list of applicants to be interviewed, and then from there on to determine the list of applicants to go forward as finalists. The committee sent forward 3 finalists. After much review and careful assessment, no candidate has been selected. So I'm announcing that interim president, Dr. Chad Redwing, will continue for the fall semester. And at that time, there will be another search and in considering filling the executive position at MJC. The MJC Automotive Partnership Program with Subaru America. Almost 4 years ago, I met with the 2 full-time faculty at MJC Automotive, and I asked them if we could somehow reach out to the corporate sector and start partnerships with automotive manufacturers. And it was not easy because, well, Modesto is in Central California. It is away from a big metropolitan area, but I believe that there are opportunities. We have to go out and look for them. I'm very glad to share that the MJC Automotive Department has a partnership with Subaru America. So congratulations to the MJC Automotive Department. Also, I want to congratulate Dr. Tran and her team at the Columbia College for bringing in international students. You know, this has been a long process, and starting in fall, Columbia College is looking forward to welcoming a student from Canada and a student from India. So congratulations to Columbia College for the first international students. Finally, I would be remiss if I don't mention about the new faculty that are being hired. You heard from the MJC Academic Senate President Giselle Flores of the new faculties that are being hired. To those who have been hired, I want to say an early welcome and congratulations. I know that there are some other committees that are still in process, and so there will be additional numbers to share later on. And of course, to those who have been hired already and are watching tonight, let me take an opportunity to say that there will be a more formal welcome when you arrive on campus just at the start of the fall semester. Again, great news to all our new faculty, both at MJC and Columbia College. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. The travel report is just provided for informational purposes. We are now up to consent. Are there retirements you wish to talk about?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I want to recognize Todd Guy, 31 years of service, Professor of Communication Studies, School of Arts, Performance, and the Humanities at Modesto Junior College. I'm sure Mr. Guy could fill this room for a long period of time with all the stories, student experiences, the lives that he has touched and impacted. I'm sure that Alan McKissick could probably talk about his peer and colleague, and I just wish him all the best. You know, it's part of a higher ed discipline that I think is sort of in the shadows, but extremely important in giving young people the ability to communicate with confidence, and add to their academic experience. So again, I want to thank him and wish him all the best.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve action items 7.2 through
moved.
7.11?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, 8.1 is the general fund tentative budget for 23-24. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopts the 23-24 general fund tentative budget for YCCD as attached, and direct staff to file it with the Stanislaus County Superintendent of Schools by July 1st, 2023. Welcome.
So I'll go through just a couple of slides, primarily focusing on the Fund 11 budget for the district. Talk about the budget process and which way. Just go ahead and do it for me. Right now, in the budget process, the legislature has taken their action, provided their version of the budget to the governor. So we're kind of in very middle square there. So now the governor has the opportunity to consider and approve the budget. So in the next couple of weeks, we are expecting that state budget to be completed. Next slide. So the tentative budget, as Trustee Garrett commented on, essentially provides us the ability to start spending money in July. This budget is based on the January governor's budget proposal, because what just occurred in May was too close of a turnaround to actually incorporate it into the tentative budget. So this budget includes what's from January, and what we bring back in September will actually include the enacted state budget. And that will come to you in September. Slide. So we utilize our resource allocation model that was developed through DFAC. We try to base the budget on as realistic of budget projections as we can at the time of preparation. We're doing a much better job of distinguishing between one-time revenue and one-time expenditures, and to align expenditures accordingly. And over the years, last several, we've been working on identifying and implementing efficiencies to lower costs. So here's an overall recap. Again, Fund 11 revenues, and we can see our increase over the years. We're now at $151 million in revenues. And move on to the next slide. And on line 13, we can see total ongoing unrestricted general fund expenditures of $145 million. And so essentially from ongoing revenue compared to ongoing expenses, we do have a balanced budget with $6 million essentially available. And in line 15, you can see that we've allocated $6 million specifically to Fund 41 to help us deal with the gas line issues associated with the West Campus. Line 14 is the allocation to cover site-specific reserves. So what that means is, as each site saves money, we allow them to retain 75% of that for them to address one-time issues that they may have at their site, be it the two colleges or at Central Services. So again, for ongoing purposes, ongoing revenue compared to ongoing expenses, we do have a balanced budget and conservative in nature so that we can address the future. The future being when we are outside of emergency conditions, we are not seeing a significant increase in revenues. And so this will allow us to plan, to take our time. And as we get to the next slide, we can see our reserves. So through board policy to comply with emergency conditions, we did adjust our reserve threshold to 2 months of expenditures, which approximates 16%. And the ending fund balance in the far right column of 26.3 million gets us right around that 16% reserve threshold. So we have done well to maintain our reserves. We've done well to build a budget that should serve us well for 23-24. And if there are changes and constraints that we're seeing in the state budget, that we can plan accordingly and hopefully be prepared for that. On the final slide, we get into the May revise, and the May revise actually had a lot of negative news for YCCD. So the state is facing a $31.5 billion budget deficit. And that meant for K-14 education that there was $2 billion less available in our budget. The good news, an 8.22% COLA is projected in the May revise. The bad news is most of that is built on one-time resources. And so we do have concern that the state can continue to afford that COLA into upcoming years. Additional significantly impactful changes in the governor's May revise was a reduction in deferred maintenance that impacts our repair and modernization of our facilities. We also use those dollars for instructional equipment in the academic programs. And so that is a dollar for dollar $6 million decrease for YCCD. And then the COVID block grant, which really allows us to work on student retention and trying to attract new students. That had a $5 million direct impact to YCCD. Slightly good news is there's more proposed flexibility for certain categoricals. And so again, as we get that final state budget signed, we will evaluate what it means for YCCD and bring back to you in September a final budget. I believe that that was the last slide. And so with that, I will answer any questions associated with the budget. See, David.
Question, but maybe more of a comment. I appreciate line 14 on the slide where the site-specific reserve carryover, that's a practice in our district that sites can expect to have that carryover. 75%, is that what I heard you say? And that's past, I don't practice and.
It is a relatively new practice.
Okay.
I think we're 2 to 3 years into that practice.
Well, I'm all in favor of it. I can see that there may be a time in our future where the site administrators may be tasked with, well, we need to sweep some of that to make ends meet. And those conversations have started, or will they start, or am I tracking right in that regard?
I think it's my desire in working with DFAC to make sure that we are presenting reasonable expectations of what our revenues and our expenditures can look like. And so we are all aware of the end of emergency conditions. We're very concerned about 24-25's revenue and will it be growing. So through conversations over the next year, we will be evaluating what does it mean if we don't get new revenue, but yet we know we have an increase in costs associated with PERS, healthcare, salary increases, et cetera.
Well, I thank you for that. I think the carryover is, you don't want to set up a, I don't know, a circumstance where I got to spend it or lose it, right? And so then you have maybe being a little less conservative, in your spending, because if you don't spend it, it's going to get swept by districts. So, but if you're in front of that conversation and the site administration can say, okay, we need to tighten up, and maybe we won't have the carryover that we're accustomed to, but that doesn't mean that we got to spend willy-nilly and use it all, right?
Absolutely, I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Vice Chancellor Stewart. For me, we're really at the point now of planning for the future with a focus on stability. The budget allocation to Fund 41 for the gas line repair, that is a conservative estimate at $6 million. It could go to $9 to $10 million very easily. It's just going to be dependent upon what they find. But once they find it, you got to fix it. So it's not like something you go, oops, put the dirt back on top. No, you got to fix it. And we've committed to safety first for that issue. So that could be a low number. So just keep that in mind as it relates to line 14. That could change that number as well for this budget year. We've got to start planning when you look at our fund balance there. When you look at the for PERS and STRS rate stabilization, keep in mind PERS is going up, but PERS is sort of there. Where it's going to be. STRS is the unknown lag effect. So remember, STRS is controlled by the legislature, and if there is pressure to shore that up, coupled with the state's ongoing deficit, which is plan on that getting worse, they may not do what they did in the past and allocate money to K-14 for one-time funding to offset your increases. You may be stuck with that. So you got to keep that in mind as well. And then you get to the, and I keep saying this, our staff is doing a tremendous job as it relates to increasing our FTEs. And that's extremely important when you get to the 3-year rolling average, because we're looking at potentially a 1,500, 2,000, but I'm going to say, I'm hoping it's 1,500 FTEs less than what we historically have gotten. It could be higher than that. That's a huge decrease in state apportionment for the district. And how do you face that challenge? So right now, we're at a position where we can buy the time to make those tough decisions and plan for the future. So we retain staff, focus our efforts on providing higher education to the community, but keep us in a strong position where we're not having to make tough decisions down the road. But I think that's where we're focused right now. Does that sort of encapsulate everything?
Sounds great. Thank you, Trustee Garrett.
Thanks. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve the item.
Second.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Sorry, who was the second?
Davis.
Yeah.
All right, 8.2. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees adopt YCCD Resolution 22-23.21, establishing the appropriations limit for fiscal year 2023-24, the GAN limit, which we have asked for a little background.
A little more
explanation.
background.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I need to look at my computer screen because
okay.
it is one of those weird things that is in law and that we deal with every year in our budget. So the GAN limit was established in 1979 and was approved by voters with the goal of keeping state and local government spending, including school spending, capped at the 78, 79 levels, adjusted for changes in population and inflation. So that's the basics behind it. Over the years, certain districts have exceeded the limit, and instead of treating it as a district by district level, we treat it on a statewide level. So our district has never exceeded the limit. This is the first time that we are. And so the chancellor's office statewide will take our information and balance it out with other districts that are under the limit. So the reason why you have a resolution this year instead of just approving the item again is because we are over our limit. And what does it mean for us in general? It means absolutely nothing. It's kind of this standard process that we must go through. And so again, at the statewide level, it meets the GAN limit.
Any questions?
There's mud.
Chair Beggs, if I may, I think there's just one correction on the resolution. At the last line, and be it further resolved, it references final budget, but it should be tentative.
So let's make that change in any motion.
So with that correction duly noted, I'll move the recommended action.
I have a second. From Dr. Richards. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Does anybody ever not pass their GAN limit? I didn't think so. All right. Let's go on to 8.3. Proposition 30 protection account. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approves the expenditure of EPA funds as instructional salaries and benefits as noted on the June 14th, 2023 agenda. It is important to note that this is not new or increased revenue, but rather a new source of revenue towards total apportionment.
So moved.
Second.
From Trustee Nicolau. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right, I believe we are up to 8.4, which, do I need a motion to pull it? pulled. Okay. Yes. If you'd like to explain, that'd be great.
This is an item where legal just asked for this to be pulled. We are in the middle of reviewing administrator templates generally, and this gives us more time to finish that review. And also, my understanding is that the board had reviewed Trevor Stewart's employment in December and approved the extension through June of 2025. And with his existing contract, that actually automatically renewed to that time period. So this does not actually put his contract in.
Right. Thank you, and thanks for explaining. All right. We are now up to 8.5, the 5-year construction plan. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees receives the plan and approves it for submission to the California Community College Chancellor's Office per Board Policy 3600, capital construction, as noted in this agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Oh. Okay, so I have a speaker who would wish to speak now. Lisa, thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just have a quick comment. I'm Lisa Schutt, and I noticed two things I wanted to bring to your attention, which may need to be edited or amended. So on page 1, I noticed that the contact for the 25 to 29 construction plan is Judy Lanchester, and I believe that should be Yolanda Pergel. And on page 2, it refers to, at the very last paragraph, it talks about going to the 4 10-hour days in the summer, but it says during the summer of 2019. So those are just two comments I want.
Thank you for catching that. Okay, any comments or discussion? No? Okay.
Yolanda's here if there are any questions about the report. Otherwise, we were just going to allow you to move forward.
Okay. All right, so all in favor of passing this?
Trustee Beggs or Chair Beggs, I think you had a first, I didn't hear the second.
Oh.
But if there was, who, Trustee Richards and then Trustee Hinton, thank you.
Sorry about that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. All right, next up, we are at 9.1. I think, if I skip anything, let me know. Request for future board agenda items. Do we have any requests for future board agenda items at this time? No. Yes. We are overdue for meetings at Columbia.
And I'm going to defer that to Scotty because I asked him today when we walked in the room.
Nothing like being put on the spot, huh?
So there's, from my understanding, there's about 90% of the equipment that you need for the room. Okay.
Do we have a rough estimate?
So well within the 5-year construction plan. Awesome.
So just for the benefit of those on Zoom, so all of the materials here, IT will be going up starting next week to work on installing. And like he shared with me earlier, so these rooms have panels with the fabric to help with the sound.
Yeah.
So when those were removed, it damaged the walls. So equipment fix, and then room, paint and walls.
Yeah, we won't be able to have our board meeting in July or
Okay.
October. Yeah, definitely, I think October.
Okay. Thank you very much. We've been trying. We just couldn't get there. Okay. Comments from the Board of Trustees. I will start down on this end with Antonio. Yeah. We know what your criteria is. Okay. Trustee Nicolau?
No comment. Thanks for a great meeting.
Trustee Dawn? I'm glad I have good neck rotation. Trustee Hinton?
No comment, just good to get together again.
Trustee Garrett?
Kim, you got my PowerPoint, right? I just want to give a shout out to, I'm sorry, but this is important to me. We talk about the community and community college, and it's very important when we're able to capitalize on that. And I just want to give a thanks to our custodian staff and our district safety staff, particularly at the West Campus for the graffiti car show that was held this past weekend. I got a lot of positive feedback from people that I know in the car culture, and because I don't know if you know or not, but we used to put on even bigger car shows here on the West Campus years ago that were known throughout the Western United States. And so to have this back and get that positive feedback, Amy, please pass that along to your membership and pass along my thanks as well. So that's all I have.
I want to make a comment about enrollment. And there's been some rosy comments about how we're not losing as many students and that we're keeping up. But we're still almost 2,000 students down. And we are being held harmless, but I continue to be concerned that our budget rises with less students. And I really want to compliment Dr. Tran and her staff for all the things that she's doing. And I would hope similar things happen at MJC. And I would hope that a priority of this board and both campuses is to find these 2,000 students. Because I don't want to see a situation where we have to lay people off and do stuff because we don't have enough students. And I think what Dr. Tran is doing with the high school seniors is terrific, and I want to see more of that.
Thank you. The only thing I was going to say is related to the car show. I didn't remember that it was happening, even though I have friends involved in it. And I came on campus to pick up my packet. And there were a bunch of big trailers and people there. And I had the fun experience of being locked in because the private security came and locked the gate while I was getting my packet. So, and then all the people that were there, they were having their little cookouts, they were like, we can't leave because they've locked us in. So fortunately, we were able to find the private security firm, and they did eventually let us out, and I wasn't too late. But anyway, it was sort of a fun experience, and it was fun to see all the people that were there just to enjoy it. And as somebody who was alive back then in the American Graffiti days, who remembers driving down McHenry, I have a lot of fond memories of this. All right, so we have to go back to closed session briefly. I don't think there will be a report out, but anyway, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. This open session is adjourned at 6:28 p.m. Thank you.
Trustee Beggs, you'll have to come back in to adjourn the official meeting. Yeah.
They might want
I don't know why this wasn't working.
That worked fine?
Yeah, I was able to read it, no problem.
Good, 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 good.
All right, we are back from our continuation of closed session. We have no report out to make. So we are now re-adjourned for the evening.
Can I just,
You may.
for the record, which trustees were here? So trustee Aguilar, trustee Beggs, trustee Richards, and trustee Nicolau?
Yes.
And the others are not present. Thank you.
We have a quorum.
Yes.
So we are now adjourned at 7:08 PM. Thank you for being here.